abolish, abolish. The government decided to abolish the tax. Abortion, abortion. Abortion laws vary from state to state in the US. Absent, absent. She was absent from school yesterday. Absence, absence. Your absence affected the team's performance greatly. Absurd, absurd. His explanation was truly absurd and confusing. Abundance, abundance. The forest holds an abundance of wildlife. Abuse, abuse. They abused the system for personal gain. Abuse, abuse. Abuse can destroy trust in any relationship. Academy, academy. Our academy offers courses in digital marketing. Accelerate, accelerate. His heart began to accelerate with excitement and joy. Acceptance, acceptance. Acceptance of failure is necessary for learning new skills. Accessible, accessible. The event location is accessible by public transport. Accomplishment, accomplishment. This accomplishment marks a new chapter in my career. Accordance, accordance. They acted in accordance with the given instructions. Accordingly, accordingly. I got the message and responded accordingly. Accountable, accountable. Parents are accountable for their children's safety. Accountability, accountability. She accepted accountability and apologized for her mistake. Accumulate, accumulate. Fat may accumulate if you don't exercise enough. Accumulation, accumulation. He was worried about the accumulation of debt. Accused, accused. The police questioned the accused after the arrest. Accusation, accusation. She denied the accusation made against her. Acid, acid. Acid substances can damage materials over time. Acquisition, acquisition. Reading aids in the process of language acquisition. Acre. Acre. He owns 5 acres of land in the countryside. Activation. Activation. The activation code has been sent to your email. Activist. Activist. The activists protested against unfair government policies. Acute. Acute. She experienced acute pain after the surgery. Adaptation. Adaptation. Cultural adaptation takes time and patience. Adhere. Adhere. Adhere to the instructions on the package. Adjacent. Adjacent. The 2 gardens are adjacent and connected. Adjustment. Adjustment. That minor adjustment solved the entire problem. Administer. Administer. He was hired to administer the new department. Administrator. Administrator. Our school administrator is always kind and helpful. Administrative. Administrative. He handles all the administrative tasks at work. Admission. Admission. They denied his admission because of missing documents. Adolescent. Adolescent. Parents should listen carefully to their adolescent kids. Adoption. Adoption. They chose adoption instead of having biological children. Adverse. Adverse. Adverse comments hurt her feelings very deeply. Advocate. Advocate. Many people advocate recycling to protect the environment. Advocate. Advocate. She is a passionate advocate who fights for equal treatment. Aesthetic. Aesthetic. They chose an aesthetic logo for their brand. Affection. Affection. She showed great affection for the poor dog. Aftermath. Aftermath. The aftermath of the earthquake left many homeless. Aggression. Aggression. He handled the situation with calm, not aggression. agricultural, agricultural. The agriculture industries are vital to the economy. Aid, aid. I spoke to the manager's aide to confirm the appointment. Albeit, albeit. He passed the test, albeit with some difficulty. Alert, alert. The police issued an alert for suspects. Alert. I alerted the staff to clean the mess. Alert. Stay alert while crossing the busy main road. Alien, alien. The movie showed strange alien creatures on Mars. Align, align. Please align the chairs in a straight row. Alignment, alignment. The wheels need proper alignment to drive straight. Alike, alike. The twins look alike, but their personalities differ. Alike. My brother and I think alike on this matter. Allege, allege. The report alleges fraud in voting system. Allegation, allegation. The manager faced an allegation for stealing money. Allegedly, allegedly. He allegedly sold illegal items at school. Alliance, alliance. The alliance between neighbors made the block safer. Allocate, allocate. We allocated the food fairly during the camping trip. Allocation, allocation. Each student received an equal allocation of supplies. Allowance, allowance. They offer a travel allowance to all employees. Ally, ally. We trust our allies to keep their promises. Aluminium أو aluminum, aluminum. He used aluminum sheets to build the roof. Amateur, amateur. The amateur actor performed with great enthusiasm. Amateur. Many amateurs start with basic tools and limited knowledge. Ambassador, ambassador. The ambassador hosted a dinner for international guests. amend, amend. They plan to amend the terms of the agreement. Amendment, amendment. The amendment was rejected by a majority vote. Amid, amid. Amid the storm, we found shelter in a cave. Analogy, analogy. The analogy was useful in explaining the complex concept. Anchor, anchor. The anchor held the ship in place overnight. Angel, angel. She looks like an angel in that dress. Anonymous, anonymous. The donation came from an anonymous source. Apparatus, apparatus. The team used a complicated apparatus for the research. Appealing, appealing. The smell of fresh bread is always appealing. Appetite, appetite. A good walk helps build my appetite fast. Applaud, applaud. The audience began to applaud after the performance. Applicable, applicable. Discounts are only applicable on selected items. Appoint, appoint. The manager appointed me to lead the meeting. Appreciation, appreciation. I have deep appreciation for your honest help. Arbitrary, arbitrary. The selection process was random and arbitrary. Architectural, architectural. She studied architectural design in college. Archive, archive. The archive contains important historical files. Arena, arena. He walked onto the arena feeling nervous but confident. Arguably, arguably. He was arguably the fastest runner in the competition. Arm, arm. The general armed the soldiers for the final battle. Array, array. They built an array of solar panels on the roof. Articulate, articulate. She tries to articulate her feelings in a positive way. ash, ash. Ashes covered the ground after the forest fire. Aspire, aspire. I aspire to become a successful entrepreneur. Aspiration, aspiration. Education is the key to fulfilling your aspirations. Assassination, assassination. The assassination shocked the entire nation. Assault, assault. The assault left the victim with severe injuries. Assault. The man assaulted the officer during the arrest. Assemble, assemble. The staff will assemble in the conference room shortly. Assembly, assembly. He spoke at a public assembly about community issues. Assert, assert. The lawyer asserted that his client was innocent. Assertion, assertion. She made an assertion without providing enough evidence. Assurance, assurance. We seek assurances before making a final commitment. Asylum, asylum. Many refugees apply for asylum during conflicts or crises. Atrocity, atrocity. Human rights organizations work to prevent such atrocities. Attain, attain. He finally attained the position he always dreamed of. Attendance, attendance. The company tracks employee attendance every month. Attorney, attorney. I hired an attorney to handle the case. Attribute, attribute. The attributes of a good leader are trust and vision. Attribute, attribute. We attribute the problem to a technical error. Audit, audit. Our team passed the safety audit without any issues. Authentic, authentic. This restaurant serves authentic food from the Middle East. Authorize, authorize. I can't authorize this request without proper documents. Auto, auto. This auto belongs to the school's principal. Autonomy, Autonomy. The island has limited autonomy under national law. Availability. Availability. Room availability changes quickly during holiday periods. Await. Await. We await the final decision from the judge. Backdrop. Backdrop. The colorful backdrop made the stage lively. Backing. Backing. The project needs financial backing to continue. Backup. Backup. Please create a backup before installing the update. Bail. Bail. The lawyer argued for a lower bail amount. Ballot. Ballot. I marked my choices clearly on the ballot paper. Banner. Banner. The banner hung across the street all week. Bear. Bear. His bare feet left prints in the soft sand. Barrel. Barrel. They rolled the barrel into the truck carefully. Bass. Bass. She enjoys playing bass guitar in her free time. Bat. Bat. He batted the ball to the other side of the court. Battlefield. Battlefield. Smoke rose slowly over the silent battlefield. Bay. Bay. Children were swimming happily in the shallow bay. Beam. Beam. A wooden beam blocked the entrance to the cave. Beast. Beast. They captured the beast using a large net. Behalf. Behalf. He apologized on behalf of the group. Beloved. Beloved. My beloved memories live on in this quiet town. Bench. Bench. They both sat quietly on the wooden park bench. Benchmark. Benchmark. We set a benchmark to measure future progress. Beneath. Beneath. We found treasure buried beneath the beach sand. Beneficiary. Beneficiary. He was the only beneficiary named in the will. Betray. betray. He chose to betray his closest friend again. Bend. Bend. She used the string to bind the books together. Biography. Biography. Today I read a short biography of Albert Einstein. Bishop. Bishop. Every bishop has duties within the local church. Bizarre. Bizarre. His bizarre behavior worried his friends and family. Blade. Blade. The blade of the knife was very sharp. Blast. Blast. We heard a sudden blast near the construction site. Blast. A firework blasted high above the dark sky. Bleed. Bleed. The sharp rock made my foot bleed badly. Blend. Blend. Blend the spices well before adding to meat. Blend. His personality is a blend of calm and humor. Bless. Bless. I pray God will bless your kind heart. Blessing. Blessing. The support of friends is a blessing in tough times. Boast. Boast. They boast about their success every chance they get. Bonus. Bonus. They promised a bonus if sales improved. Boom. Boom. The oil discovery caused a sudden economic boom. Bounce. Bounce. He made the basketball bounce with great energy. Boundary. Boundary. She set clear boundaries to protect her peace. Bow. Bow. They bowed before leaving the stage. Bow. She made a nervous bow before starting her speech. Breach. Breach. A security breach exposed all the private files. Breach. They breached their agreement by not paying on time. Breakdown. Breakdown. The car had a sudden breakdown on the highway. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. The breakthrough led to new discoveries in medicine. Breed. Breed. They breed dogs for specific traits and characteristics. Breed. Some breeds of cats are very rare. Broadband. Broadband. I complained about my slow broadband connection. Browser. Browser. You should update your browser to the latest version. Brutal. Brutal. He faced a brutal defeat in the final round. Buck. Buck. They charged me $50 for parking overnight. Buddy. Buddy. Hey buddy, we should hang out this weekend. Buffer. Buffer. This fence provides a buffer from street noise. Bulk. Bulk. We store the bulk of supplies in the garage. Burden. Burden. The burden of debt caused him a lot of stress. Bureaucracy. Bureaucracy. The new policy aims to reduce bureaucracy in the system. Burial. Burial. He attended the burial of his grandmother yesterday. Burst. Burst. She burst into laughter after hearing the funny joke. Cabinet. Cabinet. The cabinet above the sink holds all the spices. Calculation. Calculation. The calculation of profit margins shows a steady increase. Canvas. Canvas. He prefers painting on canvas rather than paper. Capability. Capability. This machine has the capability to perform multiple tasks. Capitalism. Capitalism. Capitalism encourages ownership and market competition. Capitalist. Capitalist. The capitalist system values profit above all. Cargo. Cargo. The cargo was delayed due to bad weather conditions. Carriage. Carriage. The wedding couple left in a decorated white carriage. Carve. Carve. He learned to carve shapes from soft soap blocks. Casino. Casino. The casino had a live band playing jazz music. casualty, casualty. There were several casualties in the highway accident. Catalog, catalog. Please check the catalog before making a choice. Cater, cater. We cater both lunch and dinner for offices. Cattle, cattle. The farmer raised cattle on a large field. Caution, caution. He entered the dark room with extreme caution. Cautious, cautious. The driver was cautious in the heavy rain. Cease, cease. The conflict will cease with a peace agreement. Cemetery, cemetery. The cemetery was quiet and peaceful when I visited. Chamber, chamber. He entered the debating chamber with confidence. Chaos, chaos. The lack of preparation led to chaos during the event. Characterize, characterize. The painting clearly characterizes the artist's style. Charm, charm. The charm of the city amazed the tourists. Charter, charter. The school charter was recently updated. Chronic, chronic. Chronic depression can affect a person's daily life. Chunk, chunk. He found a chunk of wood in the forest. Circulate, circulate. News circulates rapidly on social media platforms. Circulation, circulation. Magazine circulation dropped after the price rise. Citizenship, citizenship. Many immigrants seek citizenship in new countries. Civic, civic. Civic leaders met to discuss city improvements today. Civilian, civilian. The attack injured several innocent civilians nearby. Civilian. Civilian clothes are different from military uniforms. Clarity. Clarity. His writing lacks clarity and needs some revision. clash, clash. The clash resulted in several injuries and arrests. Classification, classification. Classification helps organize things into clear groups. Cling, cling. Fear makes people cling to old habits. Clinical, clinical. Clinical equipment must be cleaned every day. Closure, closure. The store's sudden closure surprised many customers. Cluster, cluster. A bright cluster of lights lit the street. Coalition, coalition. The parties formed a coalition after elections. Coastal, coastal. We visited a beautiful coastal town yesterday. Cocktail, cocktail. A fancy cocktail will be served with dinner. Cognitive, cognitive. Stress can affect your cognitive performance badly. Coincide, coincide. The meetings coincide with my lunch break. Collaborate, collaborate. Let's collaborate and solve this problem together. Collaboration, collaboration. Collaboration can lead to new and creative ideas. Collective, collective. Collective effort is needed to clean the whole park. Collision, collision. Emergency services responded quickly to the train collision. Colonial, colonial. The colonial army fought to protect its territories. Columnist, columnist. The columnist received awards for his excellent writing. Combat, combat. They entered combat without enough supplies. Combat. We must combat the spread of fake news. Commence, commence. We commenced training as soon as we registered. Commentary, commentary. He gave live commentary during the race. Commentator, commentator. The sports commentator shouted after the winning goal. Commerce. Commerce. I want to enter the world of commerce. Commissioner. Commissioner. The commissioner announced new safety rules. Commodity. Commodity. Oil and gold are valuable commodities around the world. Communist. Communist. The country became a communist state after the revolution. Companion. Companion. He was my only companion during the long trip. Comparable. Comparable. Our work quality is comparable to the best companies. Compassion. Compassion. With compassion, we can heal broken hearts. Compel. Compel. The noise compelled me to leave the room. Compelling. Compelling. His speech was compelling and full of passion. Compensate. Compensate. They offered a gift to compensate for the delay. Compensation. Compensation. Compensation was paid for the damaged goods. Competence. Competence. They praised his competence in English language. Competent. Competent. He is competent enough to handle this project alone. Compile. Compile. We need to compile the data before the meeting. Complement. Complement. Bright curtains complement the dark walls in the room. Complexity. Complexity. The complexity of this machine requires special training. Comply. Comply. Always comply with airport security staff instructions. Compliance. Compliance. Their compliance with instructions was quick and clear. Complication. Complication. The lawyer warned about a legal complication arising soon. Composition. Composition. I need more time to finish my composition. Compromise. Compromise. They reached a compromise after a long discussion. Compromise. We compromised just to avoid another big fight. Compute. Compute. Can you compute the total price for me? Conceal. Conceal. They conceal their emotions to avoid getting hurt. Concede. Concede. He had to concede defeat after the final round. Concession. Concession. They offered a small concession to avoid conflict. Conceive. Conceive. He tried to conceive a plan for the escape. Conception. Conception. Our current conception of time may change with science. Condemn. Condemn. Many leaders condemned the violence happening in the city. Confer. Confer. The judges must confer before choosing a winner. Confession. Confession. His public confession caused a scandal in the media. Configuration. Configuration. We saved the configuration file on a separate drive. Confine. Confine. The storm confined us indoors all weekend long. Confirmation. Confirmation. I received a confirmation email for my hotel booking. Confront. Confront. I must confront the truth, no matter what. Confrontation. Confrontation. She avoided the confrontation by walking away in silence. Congratulate. Congratulate. I congratulate you all on passing the difficult exam. Congregation. The rain didn't stop the congregation from attending church. Congressional. Congressional. I watched the congressional debate on television. Conquer. Conquer. The army planned to conquer the enemy city. Conscience. Conscience. He listened to his conscience before making a decision. Consciousness. Consciousness. The patient's consciousness level was very low. Consecutive. Consecutive. He broke the record with 10 consecutive hits. Consensus. Consensus. Reaching consensus took time but was eventually achieved. Consent. Consent. Full consent was granted after careful review. Consent. We did not consent to these new terms. Conserve. Conserve. They try to conserve wildlife by protecting their habitats. Consistency. Consistency. He achieved great results through patience and consistency. Consolidate. Consolidate. The company consolidated its position in the market. Constitute. Constitute. Students constitute the majority of the population. Constitution. Constitution. The Constitution protects our basic human rights. Constitutional. Constitutional. Constitutional changes were made after the public vote. Constituency. Constituency. He promised to serve his entire constituency fairly. Constraint. Constraint. Budget constraints limited our project's progress. Consultation. Consultation. The lawyer offered a free initial consultation. Contemplate. Contemplate. She was contemplating life while sitting in silence. Contempt. Contempt. He looked at me with contempt. Contend. Contend. They contend with poverty and still stay strong. Contender. Contender. Only one contender will win the gold medal. Content. Content. They were content with the test results. Contention. Contention. Their contention over money lasted many years. Continually. Continually. He continually interrupts the teacher during lessons. Contractor. Contractor. They hired a local contractor for the repairs. Contradiction. Contradiction. I noticed a clear contradiction in the report. contrary, contrary. He acted contrary to what he had promised. Contrary. I expected help, but the contrary happened instead. Contributor, contributor. Each contributor received credit for their ideas. Conversion, conversion. Conversion to Islam brought him inner peace. Convict, convict. They finally convicted the gang leader. Conviction, conviction. He faced a second conviction for fraud. Cooperate, cooperate. He refused to cooperate with the police officer. Cooperative, cooperative. She remained cooperative during the entire interview. Coordinate, coordinate. I will coordinate the guests' arrival times. Coordination, coordination. The project needs better coordination and planning. Coordinator, coordinator. Contact the coordinator if you need assistance. Cop, cop. A brave cop rescued the child from the fire. Copper, copper. They used copper wires to fix the broken lamp. Copyright, copyright. Always check the copyright before sharing any content. Correction, correction. The editor made some corrections to the article. Correlate, correlate. Low motivation is often correlated with lack of sleep. Correlation, correlation. They studied the correlation between exercise and mood. Correspond, correspond. Their goals correspond with our long-term plans. Corresponding, corresponding. A drop in sales led to a corresponding change in strategy. Correspondence, correspondence. I received no correspondence from the office. Correspondent, correspondent. That correspondent covers events in the Middle East. Corrupt, corrupt. The corrupt mayor was caught on camera. corruption, corruption. Corruption can destroy trust in government. Costly, costly. The war resulted in many costly battles. Counselor, counselor. A counselor must listen to public concerns. Counselor, counselor. The counselor suggested breathing exercises for stress. Counseling, counseling. They offer free counseling at the community center. Counter, counter. We must counter this threat before it spreads. Counterpart, counterpart. The Japanese team beat its Chinese counterpart. Countless, countless. They face countless challenges during their journey. Co, co. The military launched a sudden coup last night. Courtesy, courtesy. They showed great courtesy to the new students. Craft, craft. She crafts beautiful jewelry using recycled materials. Crawl, crawl. The thief tried to crawl under the fence quietly. Creator, creator. The app's creator fixed all the major bugs. Credible, credible. The witness provided a credible account of the event. Credibility, credibility. This article lacks credibility and clear sources. Creep, creep. I saw a spider creep across the wall. Critique, critique. His critique was helpful, not just negative. Crown, crown. The king wore a golden crown during the ceremony. Crude, crude. Crude oil prices are rising across the world. Crush, crush. He accidentally crushed the flower in his hand. Crystal, crystal. He found a small crystal inside the rock. Cult, cult. The police investigated the cult for illegal activity. Cult. The band has a strong cult following worldwide. cultivate, cultivate. She cultivated roses in her yard with great care. Curiosity, curiosity. Curiosity pushed me to read that mysterious letter. Custody, custody. Custody was granted to the child's father. Custody. The suspect remains in custody for questioning. Cutting, cutting. I collect cuttings about space missions and discoveries. Cynical, cynical. We are rather cynical about the success of this plan. Dam, dam. The dam helps generate electric power. Damaging, damaging. Smoking has damaging effects on your health. Dawn, dawn. By dawn, the storm had completely passed over. Debris, debris. Firefighters cleared the debris from the road. Debut, debut. He was nervous before his stage debut. Decision making, decision making. Decision making involves evaluating risks and benefits. Decisive, decisive. His decisive actions saved the company from failure. Declaration, declaration. The king issued a formal declaration of war. Dedicated, dedicated. That coach is truly dedicated to his team. Dedication, dedication. I admire her dedication to helping animals. Deed, deed. A single good deed can change someone's life. Team, team. Experts deem this method highly effective. Default, default. Don't forget to change the default password. Defect, defect. The machine stopped due to minor defect. Defensive, defensive. His tone turned defensive during the argument. Deficit, deficit. Poor planning led to a major resource deficit. Deficiency, deficiency. His diet caused a serious vitamin D deficiency. defy, defy. Don't defy your parents. Delegate, delegate. We elected a delegate to speak for us. Delegation, delegation. A foreign delegation visited the Prime Minister today. Delicate, delicate. He held the baby in a delicate way. Demon, demon. She dreamed that demon chased her all night. Denial, denial. His constant denial made the truth more painful. Denounce, denounce. Several leaders denounced racism in the country. Dense, dense. A dense cloud covered the entire sky. Density, density. Population density is high in major urban areas. Dependence, dependence. People's dependence on technology is growing nowadays. Depict, depict. Poems can depict deep feelings in a few words. Deploy, deploy. The army will deploy troops to the border. Deployment, deployment. Deployment of the troops began early in the morning. Deposit, deposit. I need to deposit this money into my account. Deprive, deprive. Don't deprive children of their playtime. Deputy, deputy. A new deputy was hired for the department. Descent, descent. The balloon started to descend toward the ground. Descent, descent. The road has a sharp descent after the curve. Designate, designate. They will designate a new leader for the project. Desirable, desirable. This house has many desirable features for families. Desktop, desktop. Her desktop is covered with papers and pens. Destructive, destructive. Destructive criticism can harm someone's confidence. Detain, detain. He was detained without any clear explanation. Detention. Detention. He sat quietly during his 1-hour detention period. Detention. Early detection of cancer can save many lives. Deteriorate. Deteriorate. Her health will deteriorate without medicine. Devastate. Devastate. Floods devastate villages and leave many people homeless. Devil. Devil. He made a deal with the devil for power. Devise. Devise. The engineer devised a simple tool to measure pressure. Diagnose. Diagnose. Doctors diagnosed him with a rare disease. Diagnosis. Diagnosis. His diagnosis was confirmed after several medical tests. Dictate. Dictate. The coach dictated strict rules for all players. Dictator. Dictator. The dictator stayed in power for many decades. Differentiate. Differentiate. I can't differentiate real gold from fake. Dignity. Dignity. Poverty couldn't take away her sense of dignity. Dilemma. Dilemma. The dilemma confused him for several days. Dimension. Dimension. We need to measure the table's exact dimension. Diminish. Diminish. The pain will diminish as time goes on. Dip. Dip. Dip the vegetables into the boiling water. Diplomat. Diplomat. He worked as a diplomat in many countries. Diplomatic. Diplomatic. She gave a diplomatic answer to avoid conflict. Directory أو directory. Directory. This directory contains all the project files. Disastrous. Disastrous. The company suffered a disastrous financial loss. Discard. Discard. Discard any items you no longer need. Discharge. Discharge. The company discharged several employees without warning. Disclose. Disclose. She refused to disclose any personal information. Disclosure. Disclosure. The disclosure of secrets ruined their friendship. Discourse. Discourse. The professor gave a lecture on political discourse. Discretion. Discretion. Discretion is important in sensitive work environments. Discrimination. Discrimination. Discrimination based on race is unacceptable. Dismissal. Dismissal. His dismissal surprised the entire office staff. Displace. Displace. Nearly 100,000 people have been displaced since October. Dispose. Dispose. He disposed of the broken furniture quickly. Disposal. Disposal. Proper disposal of batteries protects the environment. Dispute. Dispute. That dispute caused tension in the whole family. Dispute. You can't dispute the facts presented in court. Disrupt. Disrupt. The fire alarm disrupted the entire school day. Disruption. Disruption. Construction noise created a disruption in our meeting. Dissolve. Dissolve. The powder didn't dissolve in the cold milk. Distinction. Distinction. There is a clear distinction between these two types. Distinctive. Distinctive. His distinctive laugh made everyone smile in class. Distort. Distort. Some people distort facts to win an argument. Distress. Distress. The storm left many people in serious distress. Distress. Some scenes in the movie may distress sensitive viewers. Disturbing. Disturbing. The child had a disturbing dream about monsters. Divert. Divert. His attention was diverted by the sudden noise. Divine. divine. She trusts the divine will in hard times. Doctrine. Doctrine. He wrote a book explaining the doctrine of justice. Documentation. Documentation. Did you submit the required documentation for the visa? Domain. Domain. He works in the domain of artificial intelligence research. Dominance. Dominance. Military dominance often shifts the balance of power. Donor. Donor. I thank our generous donors for their support. Dose. Dose. Don't exceed the recommended dose on the label. Drain. Drain. He drained his phone battery playing games. Drift. Drift. The boat began to drift away from shore slowly. Driving. Driving. His driving ambition led him to great success. Drown. Drown. He almost drowned while swimming in the lake. Duel. Duel. He holds dual citizenship in Egypt and Canada. Dub. Dub. The fans dubbed him Captain Clutch after the game. Dumb. Dumb. I made a dumb choice and now I regret it. Duo. Duo. The musical duo performed on stage last night. Dynamic. Dynamic. A positive dynamic helps groups work more efficiently. Eager. Eager. I am eager to explore the ancient ruins today. Earnings. Earnings. Her earnings increased after she got a promotion. Ease. Ease. The manager handled the situation with calm and ease. Ease. The medicine helped ease the pain in his back. Echo. Echo. The echo of our voice filled the cave. Echo. His voice echoed across the wide silent valley. Ecological. Ecological. They studied the ecological impact of plastic in ocean. educator, educator. Educators help shape the future of every generation. Effectiveness, effectiveness. We questioned the effectiveness of this training program. Efficiency, efficiency. They admired his speed and efficiency in completing tasks. Ego, ego. Ego can blind you to your true faults. Elaborate, elaborate. He gave an elaborate explanation of the new plan. Electoral, electoral. The electoral results were announced late at night. Elevate, elevate. Regular exercise can elevate your energy and mood. Eligible, eligible. I am finally eligible to apply for citizenship. Elite, elite. Only the elite can afford that lifestyle. Embark, embark. They embarked with courage and strong resolve. Embarrassment, embarrassment. I felt deep embarrassment when I forgot his name. Embassy, embassy. Have you seen the movie The Embassy in the Building? Embed, embed. His values are deeply embedded in his personality. Embody, embody. Her story embodies hope for those who struggle. Emergence, emergence. The emergence of technology changed daily life forever. Empirical, empirical. Empirical research often leads to more accurate results. Empower, empower. The program aims to empower youth with new skills. Enact, enact. They plan to enact strict environmental regulations. Encompass, encompass. His duties encompass training new and existing staff. Encouragement, encouragement. My mom's encouragement pushed me to continue. Encouraging, encouraging. The encouraging news lifted everyone's spirits. Endeavor, endeavor. She praised their endeavor to help the community. endless, endless. The desert stretched in endless golden waves. Endorse, endorse. I can't endorse something I don't believe in. Endorsement, endorsement. He won the election with strong public endorsement. Endure, endure. Can you endure the heat in the desert? Enforce, enforce. The manager enforced the dress code strictly. Enforcement, enforcement. The enforcement of regulations reduced the crime rate. Engagement, engagement. She wears her engagement ring every day. Engaging, engaging. They created an engaging advertisement for the product. Inquire, inquire. He inquired whether the shop was still open. Enrich, enrich. Art and literature enrich our view of humanity. Enroll, enroll. You should enroll before the deadline next Friday. Ensue, ensue. A loud argument ensued after the meeting ended. Enterprise, enterprise. His enterprise grew rapidly within a few months. Enthusiast, enthusiast. My brother is a video game enthusiast. Entitle, entitle. Members are entitled to free entry on weekends. Entity, entity. That legal entity owns several properties downtown. Epidemic, epidemic. The government responded fast to the epidemic threat. Equality, equality. Equality means treating everyone with the same respect. Equation, equation. She solved the equation in under 5 minutes. Erect, erect. A new tower was erected to improve cell phone signals. Escalate, escalate. Things escalated after she raised her voice. Essence, essence. Love is the true essence of human connection. Establishment, establishment. The establishment closed early due to heavy rain. Eternal. Eternal. Their eternal friendship never broke despite distance. Evacuate. Evacuate. The storm forced them to evacuate their homes. Evoke. Evoke. The old photo evoked memories of childhood days. Evolutionary. Evolutionary. Birds have many unique evolutionary traits and features. Exaggerate. Exaggerate. She likes to exaggerate things for dramatic effect. Excellence. Excellence. True excellence is the result of continuous effort. Exceptional. Exceptional. He has an exceptional talent for solving puzzles. Excess. Excess. The storm left an excess of water in the streets. Excess. Excess. The doctor warned against excess sugar in diets. Exclusion. Exclusion. His exclusion from the team disappointed him greatly. Exclusive. Exclusive. The interview was exclusive to that news channel. Exclusively. Exclusively. The app is designed exclusively for Android users. Execute. Execute. The prisoner was executed for his terrible war crimes. Execution. Execution. Execution by hanging was common in the old days. Exert. Exert. They exerted pressure to change the unfair rules. Exile. Exile. He wrote poems during his years of exile. Exit أو exit. Exit. He exited the meeting early due to an emergency. Expenditure. Expenditure. The company reduced its monthly expenditure on marketing. Experimental. Experimental. The scientists tested an experimental drug on some patients. Expire. Expire. The medicine expired last year and isn't safe now. Explicit. Explicit. The contract has explicit terms about payment deadlines. Explicitly. Explicitly. The sign explicitly forbids parking in this area. Exploitation. Exploitation. Many workers suffer from unfair exploitation. Explosive. Explosive. He packed the explosive materials into secure containers. Exclusive. Police found explosives hidden inside the vehicle. Extract. Extract. Doctors extracted the bullet from his shoulder carefully. Extremist. Extremist. Some extremists are being monitored for illegal activities. Facilitate. Facilitate. Laptops facilitate access to digital resources during class. Faction. Faction. Tension grew between the two rival political factions. Faculty. Faculty. He joined the law faculty after years of practice. Fade. Fade. Her memories of that day have slowly faded with time. Fairness. Fairness. Justice and fairness go hand in hand always. Fate. Fate. The fate of the lost ship remains a mystery. Fatal. Fatal. The pilot avoided a fatal crash with quick thinking. Favorable. Favorable. He received a favorable response to his job application. Feat. Feat. Scoring 5 goals in one game is a real feat. Feminist. Feminist. She is a passionate feminist leader. Fiber. Fiber. Whole grains are a great source of natural fiber. Fierce. Fierce. Fierce competition pushed the team to work harder. Filmmaker. Filmmaker. My uncle is a documentary filmmaker. Filter. Filter. I need a new filter for my coffee machine. Filter. They filtered the oil to remove all the dirt. Fine. Fine. He had to pay a fine for speeding yesterday. Fine. The student was fined for damaging school property. Firearm. Firearm. He showed his firearm license to the security guard. Fit. Fit. Her angry fit scared everyone in the room. Fixture. Fixture. All fixtures in the house were carefully chosen. Flaw. Flaw. His biggest flaw is his lack of patience. Flawed. Flawed. We all make flawed decisions from time to time. Flee. Flee. The thief fled the scene before police arrived. Fleet. Fleet. The fleet of ships sailed across the calm sea. Flesh. Flesh. Lions tear the flesh of their prey easily. Flexibility. Flexibility. This job requires flexibility with hours. Flourish. Flourish. Businesses flourish when the economy is strong and stable. Fluid. Fluid. His body lost too much fluid during the race. Footage. Footage. The security camera captured clear footage of the thief. Foreigner. Foreigner. Many foreigners enjoy trying traditional local dishes here. Forge. Forge. Trust was forged during their long journey together. Formula. Formula. That math formula is hard to remember. Formulate. Formulate. The scientist formulated a new theory about energy. Fourth. Fourth. The truth finally came forth after many years. Forthcoming. Forthcoming. Many citizens are preparing for the forthcoming elections. Faster. Faster. They aim to foster peace between the nations. Fragile. Fragile. Be careful, that box contains fragile items inside. Franchise. franchise. He lost his franchise due to poor service. Frankly. I frankly doubt he'll ever change his mind. Frustrated. I'm feeling frustrated about the delayed response. Frustrating. It's frustrating to repeat the same task again. Frustration. Her frustration was obvious in her sharp tone. Functional. The phone is still functional after the fall. Fundraising. They launched a new fundraising campaign this week. Funeral. She couldn't stop crying at the funeral. Gallon. I poured 3 gallons into the empty tank. Gambling. Gambling is forbidden in our religion. Gathering. We attended a gathering at Adil's house yesterday. Gaze. They gazed into each other's eyes. Gaze. She avoided his gaze and looked away. Gear. We loaded the fishing gear into the truck. Generic. We received a generic email from the company. Genocide. Genocide survivors often suffer from psychological pain. Glance. A glance from her made the child stop talking. Glance. He glanced at the document before signing. Glimpse. He gave me a glimpse of his new book. Glorious. The sunrise over the ocean was truly glorious today. Glory. The soldier returned home full of glory and pride. Governance. Poor governance can ruin a nation's economy fast. Grace. The Queen walked with grace and dignity. Grasp. I tried to grasp the rope, but missed. Grasp. Her grasp of the topic impressed the teacher. Grave. Grave. She placed fresh flowers on her grandmother's grave. Grave. That was a grave error with serious consequences. Gravity. Gravity. Gravity causes objects to fall toward the earth. Grid. Grid. The power grid was repaired within a few hours. Grief. Grief. He felt deep grief after losing his wife. Grin. Grin. She couldn't hide her grin of pure joy. Grin. He couldn't help but grin at the joke. Grind. Grind. They grind wheat to make fresh, soft bread. Grip. Grip. The baby gripped my finger with surprising strength. Grip. His grip on the bat was strong and steady. Gross. Gross. Our gross revenue increased by 10% last quarter. Gross. The food smelled gross, so I didn't eat it. Gorilla. Gorilla. The gorillas attacked the camp during the night. Guidance. Guidance. I always rely on your honest guidance. Guilt. Guilt. She felt deep guilt after lying to her friend. Gut. Gut. He felt a sharp pain in his gut. Guts. It takes guts to speak the truth under pressure. Hail. Hail. The athlete was hailed as a national hero. Hail. We heard loud hail hitting the windows last night. Halfway. Halfway. He gave up halfway during the final race. Halt. Halt. The soldiers were told to halt at the gate. Halt. The parade halted when the music suddenly stopped. Handful. Handful. He took a handful of coins from his pocket. Handling. Handling. She was trained in the handling of dangerous chemicals. Handy. Handy. This tool is handy when fixing small broken things. Harassment. Harassment. Workplace harassment should never be ignored. Hardware. Hardware. We upgraded the hardware to make the computer faster. Harmony. Harmony. We live in this neighborhood in peace and harmony. Harsh. Harsh. The coach was harsh, but helped us improve. Harvest. Harvest. The harvest this year was better than expected. Harvest. She harvests fresh vegetables from her garden daily. Hatred. Hatred. Her heart was filled with hatred and anger. Haunt. Haunt. That nightmare still haunts me every single night. Hazard. Hazard. Not wearing a helmet is a safety hazard. Heighten. Heighten. Exercise can heighten your energy levels and focus. Heritage. Heritage. We must protect our cultural heritage. Hierarchy. Hierarchy. In that tribe, the social hierarchy is very strict. High profile. High profile. He was involved in a high profile legal case. Hint. Hint. He offered a small hint to solve the puzzle. Hint. Ali hinted he might be moving next month. Homeland. Homeland. We returned to our homeland after years in exile. Hook. Hook. They hooked the trailer to the back of the truck. Hopeful. Hopeful. We are hopeful despite all the recent problems. Horizon. Horizon. The sun slowly disappeared below the distant horizon. Horn. Horn. The boy touched the horn of the sleeping goat. Horn. The car's horns were loud in the street. Hostage. Hostage. The terrorists refused to release the last hostage. Hostile أو hostile. Hostile. His tone was hostile during the whole conversation. hostility, hostility. Hostility grew between the two rival football teams. Humanity, humanity. He was accused of committing crimes against humanity. Humanitarian, humanitarian. She works for a famous humanitarian aid organization. Humble, humble. I admire his kind and humble attitude. Hydrogen, hydrogen. Hydrogen is the lightest element in the universe. Identification, identification. The guard asked for my identification at the gate. Ideology, ideology. Her ideology doesn't match our core beliefs. Ideological, ideological. The two leaders have different ideological views. Idiot, idiot. He laughed and said, "You're such an idiot." Ignorance, ignorance. Their ignorance about history surprised the teacher. Imagery, imagery. She explained the use of imagery in poems. Immense, immense. He showed immense courage during the rescue mission. Imminent, imminent. Danger was imminent, so we quickly left the area. Implementation, implementation. We discussed the implementation of the new strategies. Imprison, imprison. The police imprisoned him after finding hidden weapons. Imprisonment, imprisonment. His actions led to a long-term imprisonment sentence. Inability, inability. The doctor noticed his inability to move his arm. Inadequate, inadequate. Her answer was inadequate and lacked clear details. Inappropriate, inappropriate. That joke was inappropriate in front of the children. Incidents, incidents. They tracked the incidence of traffic accidents in July. Inclined, inclined. The manager is inclined to support bold ideas. Inclusion, inclusion. Her project focuses on inclusion for disabled children. Incur. Incur. He may incur extra charges for late payment. Indicator. Indicator. A fever is an indicator of possible infection. Indictment. Indictment. The indictment listed several serious criminal charges. Indigenous. Indigenous. Indigenous tribes protect the land and its animals. Induce. Induce. They induced him to accept the job offer. Induce. The smell of flowers induced memories of childhood. Indulge. Indulge. We indulged ourselves with a big family dinner. Inequality. Inequality. Inequality in healthcare affects many poor families. Infamous. Infamous. Many people avoid that infamous street at night. Infant. Infant. An infant should not be left alone at night. Infect. Infect. The virus can infect animals and humans at the same time. Inflict. Inflict. The fire inflicted heavy losses on the local farms. Influential. Influential. His influential speech inspired many young people to act. Inherent. Inherent. Honesty is an inherent quality in good leaders. Inhibit. Inhibit. Fear can inhibit people from speaking in public. Initiate. Initiate. They decided to initiate a plan to improve customer service. Inject. Inject. The nurse will inject the medicine into your arm. Injection. Injection. This injection will help reduce your fever very quickly. Injustice. Injustice. He could not remain silent about the injustice he saw. Inmate. Inmate. Every inmate must follow the prison schedule. Insertion. Insertion. Insertion of this code will fix the program issue. Insider. Insider. An insider revealed the truth behind the strange event. Inspect. Inspect. Please inspect the package before you sign for it. Inspection. Inspection. The building should pass the safety inspection first. Inspiration. Inspiration. That book became my main inspiration to start writing. Instinct. Instinct. My instinct says we should not trust that man. Institutional. Institutional. Institutional support is necessary for the project's success. Instruct. Instruct. Please instruct the students to finish their homework. Instrumental. Instrumental. She was instrumental in solving the mystery. Insufficient. Insufficient. He gave insufficient evidence to support his claim. Insult. Insult. Please don't insult me in front of others. Insult. Insult. Laughing at his mistakes was an insult. Intact. Intact. The old castle walls are still intact after centuries. Intake. Intake. High salt intake can cause health problems. Integral. Integral. Exercise is an integral part of a healthy lifestyle. Integrated. Integrated. The new system is fully integrated with our software. Integration. Integration. Integration into a new community can take time. Integrity. Integrity. People admire her for her integrity. Intellectual. Intellectual. Several intellectuals gather to discuss climate change. Intensity. Intensity. The intensity of the fire scared everyone. Intensify. Intensify. The sun's heat will intensify in the afternoon. Intensive. Intensive. The team attended an intensive training course. Intent. Intent. His intent was to help, not to cause harm. interactive, interactive. The exhibition included an interactive map of the city. Interface, interface. Our website's interface needs a cleaner and simpler design. Interfere, interfere. He refused to interfere in other people's matters. Interference, interference. Her interference in our work was not welcome. Interim, interim. We hired an interim teacher for the summer. Interior, interior. The interior design of the house is beautiful. Interior. The castle's interior was dark and mysterious. Intermediate, intermediate. The workshop is designed for intermediate piano players. Intervene, intervene. We may intervene to stop further property damage. Intervention, intervention. We need medical intervention to save his life. Intimate, intimate. We enjoyed an intimate conversation over coffee. Intriguing, intriguing. The novel has an intriguing and mysterious plot. Investigator, investigator. A private investigator searched for the missing documents. Invisible, invisible. Trust is an invisible bond between friends. Invoke, invoke. The President will invoke emergency powers if needed. Involvement, involvement. Their involvement in the charity event was impressive. Ironic, ironic. She replied with an ironic comment to his complaint. Ironically, ironically. Ironically, she laughed during the sad movie scene. Irony, irony. He laughed at the irony of the whole situation. Irrelevant, irrelevant. Many irrelevant points distracted us from the real subject. Isolation, isolation. The village remained in isolation during the heavy snow. judicial, judicial. The country has a strong judicial system. Junction, junction. This junction connects three major roads in the city. Jurisdiction, jurisdiction. The matter is beyond the jurisdiction of our committee. Just, just. The king was respected for his just rule. Justification, justification. There is no justification for such rude behavior. Kidnap, kidnap. The gang planned to kidnap a rich businessman. Kidney, kidney. He donated one kidney to save his brother. Kingdom, kingdom. The kingdom's flag was raised after the battle ended. Lad, lad. A friendly lad helped me carry the heavy box. Landlord, landlord. I asked the landlord to fix the bathroom door. Landmark, landmark. The Eiffel Tower is a famous Paris landmark. Lap, lap. The cat slept quietly on her warm lap. Large scale, large scale. The team conducted a large-scale survey. Laser, laser. The laser beam cut through the metal sheet easily. Ladder, ladder. They focused on the latter stage of production. Lawn, lawn. The lawn needs watering during the hot summer days. Lawsuit, lawsuit. He filed a lawsuit against his former business partner. Layout, layout. The layout of the garden looks very neat. Leak, leak. The roof has a leak near the kitchen area. Leak. Oil began to leak from the damaged car engine. Leap, leap. The cat will leap onto the high wooden shelf. Legacy, legacy. They worked hard to protect their family's cultural legacy. Legendary, legendary. He dreams of becoming a legendary football player one day. Legislation. Legislation. New legislation limits the use of harmful chemicals. Legislative. Legislative. The Constitution grants legislative power to the Parliament. Legislature. Legislature. A special session of the legislature was called. Legitimate. Legitimate. I have a legitimate reason for being late. Lengthy. Lengthy. His speech was lengthy but very inspiring. Lesbian. Lesbian. She got fired because she is a lesbian woman. Lesser. Lesser. She accepted the lesser prize without complaint. Lethal. Lethal. He carried a lethal weapon without a license. Liable. Liable. The company is liable for employee safety at work. Liberal. Liberal. The country adopted liberal policies to encourage trade. Liberal. He became a liberal after reading many political books. Liberation. Liberation. Liberation means freedom from control or unfair rules. Liberty. Liberty. The people fought for liberty and equal rights. License. License. They've licensed us to sell the new medicine. Lifelong. Lifelong. They formed a lifelong friendship in elementary school. Likelihood. Likelihood. Good habits raise the likelihood of living longer. Limb. Limb. The soldier received an artificial limb after the war. Lineup. Lineup. The new lineup of players surprised many fans. Linear. Linear. The data showed a linear increase over 5 years. Linger. Linger. The sweet smell of roses lingered in the air. Listing. Listing. The listing shows 3 apartments available for rent. Literacy. Literacy. The government started a new literacy program last year. Liver. Liver. The liver can repair itself after some damage. Lobby. Lobby. Our guests are already waiting in the hotel lobby. Lobby. The oil lobby pushed for lower fuel taxes. Lobby. They lobby Parliament to ban single-use plastic bags. Log. Log. We crossed the stream using a falling log. Log. The pilot reviewed the flight log before taking off. Log. You should log each purchase to manage your budget. Logic. Logic. Logic helps people find truth in complex situations. Long-standing. Long-standing. He finally broke his long-standing habit of smoking. Long time. Long time. That man is a long-time supporter of our club. Loom. Loom. A big decision looms at the end of summer. Loop. Loop. The software got stuck in an endless loop. Loyalty. Loyalty. The dog's loyalty to its owner was truly touching. Machinery. Machinery. Modern machinery saves time and reduces human effort. Magical. Magical. She discovered the magical key hidden inside the box. Magistrate. Magistrate. The magistrate asked the witness to speak clearly. Magnetic. Magnetic. The magnetic field pulled the small metal pin. Magnitude. Magnitude. The earthquake's magnitude was stronger than we expected. Mainland. Mainland. They moved from a small island to a city on the mainland. Mainstream. Mainstream. The mainstream often ignores smaller creative voices. Mainstream. That TV show became a huge hit in the mainstream media. Maintenance. Maintenance. The car needs regular maintenance. mandate, mandate. The council has a mandate to protect local heritage. Mandatory, mandatory. Safety training is mandatory before starting the new job. Manifest, manifest. The disease may manifest in different physical symptoms. Manipulate, manipulate. They manipulated the votes to win the school election. Manipulation, manipulation. The company faced charges of stock price manipulation. Manuscript, manuscript. That manuscript belongs to the library's rare collection. March, march. Many citizens joined the march against rising prices. March. The students marched together during the school parade. Marginal, marginal. The company made only a marginal profit last year. Marine, marine. Marine pollution affects fish and other sea creatures. Marketplace, marketplace. People gather at the marketplace to buy and sell goods. Mask, mask. The actor removed his mask after the scene ended. Massacre, massacre. The massacre shocked everyone in the nearby town. Mathematical, mathematical. She solved a difficult mathematical problem yesterday. Mature, mature. He made a mature decision about his career. Mature. She matured into a confident and independent woman. Maximize, maximize. The company wants to maximize profits this year. Meaningful, meaningful. I found a meaningful message inside the old book. Meantime, meantime. I cooked dinner. In the meantime, he set the table. Medieval, medieval. The castle was built during the medieval period. Meditation, meditation. He found meditation helpful for clearing his busy mind. Melody, melody. A soft melody filled the room with peace. memo, memo. The boss issued a memo about working hours. Memoir, memoir. She wrote a memoir about her childhood adventures. Memorial, memorial. The memorial honors the victims of the tragic accident. Mentor, mentor. My mentor always gives me very good advice. Merchant, merchant. A wise merchant always treats his customers with respect. Mercy, mercy. Mercy can change a life more than punishment. Mere, mere. The mere thought of snakes frightens the little boy. Merely, merely. He was merely a guest, not the host. Merge, merge. The two rivers merge at the valley's edge. Merger, merger. The two banks announced their merger last week. Merit, merit. He advanced in his job through merit, not luck. Methodology, methodology. His research used a simple yet effective methodology. Midst, midst. He remained quiet in the midst of noise. Migration, migration. The migration of animals is a natural survival process. Militant, militant. Soldiers captured one militant after the sudden attack. Militant. His militant attitude caused tension during the meeting. Militia, militia. A new militia appeared after the conflict began. Mill, mill. The town has several mills near the valley. Minimal, minimal. He spoke with minimal words but great clear meaning. Minimize, minimize. Careful driving can minimize accidents on the road. Mining, mining. Gold mining has been practiced for thousands of years. Ministry, ministry. The Ministry of Health warned about a new disease. Minute, minute. She noticed a minute crack in the glass window. Miracle. Miracle. It was a miracle that he survived the accident. Misery. Misery. She tried to hide her misery with a smile. Misleading. Misleading. The misleading sign made us take the wrong turn. Missile. Missile. A missile was launched from the military base. Mob. Mob. A mob of fans surrounded the famous movie star. Mobility. Mobility. Technology plays a big role in modern mobility solutions. Mobilize. Mobilize. The country mobilized its army during the sudden crisis. Moderate. Moderate. The weather was moderate during the spring season. Modification. Modification. The teacher asked for a modification in my essay. Momentum. Momentum. The runner kept his momentum until the finish line. Monk. Monk. The temple was full of Buddhist monks today. Monopoly. Monopoly. The monopoly in oil trade caused global economic problems. Morality. Morality. Morality teaches us the difference between right and wrong. Motive. Motive. Money was the main motive behind the crime. Motorist. Motorist. Many motorists waited in line at the gas station. Municipal. Municipal. We visited the municipal library yesterday after school. Mutual. Mutual. We have a mutual interest in learning languages. Namely. Namely. The project faces one issue, namely lack of funds. Nationwide. Nationwide. The company is opening new stores nationwide. Naval. Naval. A naval officer visited my son's school last week. Neglect. Neglect. Your children suffer from neglect and lack of love. Neglect. She neglected her studies and failed the final exam. Neighboring. Neighboring. Our school invited students from a neighboring city. Nest. Nest. I found the nest hidden between thick green leaves. Net. Net. The net gain from last month's sale was small. Newsletter. Newsletter. We receive a newsletter from the travel agency each month. Niche أو niche. Niche. Writers often search for their own unique niche. Noble. Noble. His noble actions earned him great respect everywhere. Nod. Nod. They nodded after hearing the coach's instructions. Nominate. Nominate. The manager will nominate 2 employees for the award. Nomination. Nomination. His film received a nomination at the festival. Nominee. Nominee. The winner was selected from 5 strong nominees. Non-profit. Non-profit. They donate money to a non-profit research institute. Nonetheless. Nonetheless. He was nervous. Nonetheless, he gave a good speech. Nonsense. Nonsense. Why do people spread nonsense on social media? Noon. Noon. The town square becomes very crowded by noon. Notable. Notable. The event had notable guests from politics and business. Notably. Notably. He improved his grades this term, notably in mathematics. Notify. Notify. Ahmed will notify the manager when the guests arrive. Notorious. Notorious. That street is notorious for frequent accidents at night. Novel. Novel. I read a novel that tells a story of courage and survival. Nursery. Nursery. At nursery, the kids often play with colorful blocks. Objection. Objection. She had no objection to the plan we suggested. oblige, oblige. The law obliges citizens to pay their taxes annually. Obsess, obsess. My brother is obsessed with collecting rare old coins. Obsession, obsession. His obsession with video games worried his parents. Occasional, occasional. She enjoys an occasional walk in the quiet park. Occurrence, occurrence. Earthquakes are a rare occurrence in this region. Odds, odds. The odds were not in our favor yesterday. Offering, offering. This film is the director's best offering so far. Offspring, offspring. Rabbits usually produce many offspring during the year. Operational, operational. The bank's online service is fully operational again. Opt, opt. He opted not to attend the long meeting. Optical, optical. Optical illusions can easily trick the human brain. Optimism, optimism. He faced the challenge with courage and optimism. Oral, oral. She feels nervous before her English oral exam. Organizational, organizational. He lacks the organizational ability to manage projects. Orientation, orientation. The teacher avoided discussing his political orientation. Originate, originate. The Nile River originates from several small streams. Outbreak, outbreak. Authorities tried to control the disease outbreak. Outing, outing. Their outing ended early because of heavy rain. Outlet, outlet. A new outlet opened nearby for exotic plants. Outlet. We plugged the lamp into the outlet. Outlook, outlook. The teacher admired his optimistic outlook on life. Outrage, outrage. The decision caused public outrage across the whole city. Outrage. The judge's remarks outraged the victims' families. Outsider. Outsider. The club doesn't allow any outsider to join easily. Overlook. Overlook. The artist overlooked some details in the painting. Overly. Overly. He is overly sensitive about small jokes from friends. Oversee. Oversee. He oversees the workers at the construction site. Overturn. Overturn. The car overturned after hitting the sharp curve. Overwhelm. Overwhelm. They were overwhelmed with feelings of pure happiness. Overwhelming. Overwhelming. They faced overwhelming challenges during the long journey. Pad. Pad. She put a pad inside the box for safety. Parameter. Parameter. We analyzed the parameter values to find the main issue. Parental. Parental. Parental advice helped her make a wise decision. Parish. Parish. Volunteers help maintain the parish garden each week. Parliamentary. Parliamentary. The country held a parliamentary election last month. Partial. Partial. I have a partial understanding of this topic. Partially. Partially. You are partially responsible for the project failure. Passing. Passing. The passing of years made him wiser and calmer. Passive. Passive. He kept a passive stance during the debate session. Pastor. Pastor. Every Sunday, the pastor leads the morning service. Patch. Patch. The garden had a patch of bright flowers. Patent. Patent. The company holds a patent for this device. Pathway. Pathway. The garden has a stone pathway through flowers. Patrol. Patrol. A military patrol moved along the border quietly. Patrol. Police officers patrol the streets during busy hours. Patron. Patron. Many patrons helped fund the new community library. Peak. Peak. The mountain peak was covered with white snow. Peasant. Peasant. The peasant planted wheat seeds during the spring. Peculiar. Peculiar. This soup has a peculiar but pleasant taste. Persist. Persist. She persisted through difficulties and reached her goal. Persistent. Persistent. The persistent noise made it hard to concentrate. Personnel. Personnel. Security personnel checked every visitor at the gate. Petition. Petition. The students signed a petition for better facilities. Philosopher. Philosopher. Some philosophers believe happiness is the highest goal. Philosophical. Philosophical. The teacher explained a difficult philosophical concept. Physician. Physician. Many physicians specialize in children's health and care. Pioneer. Pioneer. This doctor is a pioneer in the field of surgery. Pioneer. Scientists pioneer new methods to study brain activity. Pipeline. Pipeline. The pipeline delivers oil to distant industrial areas. Pirate. Pirate. Pirates often divided their treasure among the whole crew. Pit. Pit. He nearly tripped over a pit in the ground. Plea. Plea. The prisoner gave a final plea in court. Plead. Plead. She pleaded with him to forgive her past mistakes. Pledge. Pledge. Volunteers made pledges to work every weekend. Pledge. Companies pledge to reduce plastic waste by 2030. Plug. Plug. Please check if the plug is connected properly. Plug. She plugged the laptop into the power outlet. plunge, plunge. The knife plunged into the wooden board with force. Pole, pole. Bird sat quietly on the electric poles outside. Pole. The North Pole is covered with thick ice. Pole, pole. We participated in a poll about daily shopping habits. Pond, pond. The pond reflected the clear blue summer sky. Pop, pop. They named it popcorn because it pops when we heat it. Portfolio, portfolio. His portfolio includes paintings, sketches, and designs. Portfolio. The investor reviewed his portfolio before the meeting. Portray, portray. The play will portray the struggles of poor families. Post-war, post-war. The novel explores post-war struggles of ordinary families. Postpone, postpone. We postponed the wedding to wait for better weather. Practitioner, practitioner. The practitioner explained the treatment in simple terms. Preach, preach. The sheikh of our mosque preached to us yesterday. Precedent, precedent. The lawyer cited an important precedent during the trial. Precision, precision. The machine cuts metal sheets with perfect precision. Predator, predator. Wolves are skilled predators that often hunt in groups. Predecessor, predecessor. This device is faster than its old predecessor. Predominantly, predominantly. Our land is predominantly flat with some rolling hills. Pregnancy, pregnancy. She enjoyed every moment of her first pregnancy. Prejudice, prejudice. Prejudice often prevents people from seeing the truth. Preliminary, preliminary. The scientists conducted a preliminary test on the sample. Premiere, premiere. He is the premier chef in this famous restaurant. Premise. Premise. A false premise can lead to wrong conclusions. Premium. Premium. The company charges a premium for faster delivery service. Prescribe. Prescribe. The doctor prescribed medicine to treat my throat infection. Prescription. Prescription. The dentist wrote a prescription for pain relief tablets. Presently. Presently. The store is presently closed due to repair works. Preservation. Preservation. Preservation of forests is important for future generations. Preside. Preside. The mayor will preside over the city council session. Presidency. Presidency. He won the presidency after a long election campaign. Presidential. Presidential. The presidential palace was guarded by many soldiers. Prestigious. Prestigious. She won a prestigious award for her scientific research. Presume. Presume. I presume you already read the instructions carefully. Presumably. Presumably. Presumably, the shop is closed on public holidays. Prevail. Prevail. Wisdom may prevail when anger is set aside. Prevalence. Prevalence. We cannot ignore the prevalence of obesity in society. Prevention. Prevention. Prevention is better than cure in many cases. Prey. Prey. The spider trapped its prey inside the sticky web. Principle. Principle. Several principals met to discuss the new curriculum. Privatization. Privatization. Privatization may reduce corruption in public state firms. Privilege. Privilege. The membership offers benefits and privileges to every user. Probe. Probe. The engineer probed the system for hidden errors. Probe. Several probes were sent to explore the distant planet. problematic, problematic. The plan looked simple but proved problematic in practice. Proceedings, proceedings. The legal proceedings lasted longer than expected. Proceeds, proceeds. She donated the proceeds from her book sales. Processing, processing. The factory specializes in processing fruits and vegetables. Processor, processor. The processor in my laptop is very fast. Proclaim, proclaim. They proclaimed the winner of the contest yesterday. Productive, productive. The workers were productive throughout the entire week. Productivity, productivity. Productivity often rises when people enjoy their tasks. Profitable, profitable. Investing in real estate can be extremely profitable. Profound, profound. The book gave me profound insight into human behavior. Projection, projection. The manager discussed the revenue projections with us. Prominent, prominent. They retained a prominent lawyer to defend him in court. Pronounced, pronounced. There is a pronounced need for better infrastructure here. Propaganda, propaganda. Many countries used propaganda during the war years. Proposition, proposition. He presented a new business proposition to the investors. Prosecute, prosecute. She prosecuted the company for violating labor laws. Prosecutor, prosecutor. The prosecutor questioned the witness in court. Prosecution, prosecution. He faced prosecution for stealing company documents. Perspective, perspective. The prospective volunteers signed up for the event. Prosperity, prosperity. The economy grew, leading to greater prosperity. Protective, protective. He wore a protective helmet while riding. Protocol, Protocol. The hospital updated its infection control protocol. Province. Province. A new highway will connect the eastern provinces. Provincial. Provincial. The provincial governor promised better roads and bridges. Provision. Provision. Food provision was arranged for all the workers. Provoke. Provoke. The incident provoked anger among the local citizens. Psychiatric. Psychiatric. She studied psychiatric illnesses at the university. Pulse. Pulse. The nurse measured the patient's pulse twice. Pump. Pump. The pump in the garden needs repair. Pump. I pumped the old tires several times. Punch. Punch. A powerful punch ended the fight quickly. Punch. The boy punched his friend during a silly argument. Query. Query. He had a query regarding the new rules. Quest. Quest. Her quest for knowledge never seemed to end. Quota. Quota. He failed to reach his sales quota today. Radar. Radar. The ship's radar detected a small island nearby. Radical. Radical. The company needs radical solutions to save it. Radical. He joined a radical movement that opposed the government. Rage. Rage. They shouted in rage after hearing the unfair decision. Raid. Raid. Several air raids happened during the war. Raid. The police raided the old house and found stolen goods. Rally. Rally. A huge rally was organized for workers' rights. Rally. The rally route passed through mountains and forests. Rally. Fans rallied at the stadium before the game. Ranking. Ranking. They updated the ranking after the final match. Rape. Rape. Laws against rape are strict in this country. Rape. Police found evidence that he raped several women. Ratio. Ratio. The ratio of boys to girls in the school is 1:3. Rational. Rational. The manager suggested a rational way to reduce costs. Ray. Ray. The sun sent a golden ray into her room. Readily. Readily. She readily forgave him after his sincere apology. Realization. Realization. The realization of danger pushed him to act quickly. Realm. Realm. He dreamed of traveling to distant realms in space. Rear. Rear. She parked near the rear entrance of the building. Reasoning. Reasoning. Good reasoning often leads to better choices. Reassure. Reassure. I reassured my mom I would come home early. Rebel. Rebel. Many rebels were caught and sent to prison later. Rebellion. Rebellion. The rebellion ended after months of heavy fighting. Recipient. Recipient. Please write the recipient's name clearly on the envelope. Reconstruction. Reconstruction. After the war, the country began its reconstruction efforts. Recount. Recount. He often recounts his childhood memories to us. Referendum. Referendum. Citizens voted in a national referendum last year. Reflection. Reflection. I saw my reflection in the calm lake. Reflection. Taking time for reflection is essential for mental health. Reform. Reform. Political reform often faces criticism from politicians. Reform. They reformed the tax system last month. Refuge. Refuge. They built temporary refuges after the earthquake. Refusal. Refusal. They were shocked by his unexpected refusal. Regain. Regain. We regained confidence after the successful project. Regardless. Regardless. He accepted the challenge regardless. Regime. Regime. The military regime took control last year. Regulator. Regulator. The regulator on this device is very sensitive. Regulatory. Regulatory. He studies regulatory policies in the finance sector. Rehabilitation. Rehabilitation. The clinic offers rehabilitation for sports injuries. Rain. Rain. During her reign, the city grew rapidly. Reign. The king reigned from 1877 to 1911. Rejection. Rejection. Rejection sometimes leads to better opportunities later. Relevance. Relevance. I don't understand the relevance of your question. Reliability. Reliability. The report confirms the reliability of the data. Reluctant. Reluctant. I am reluctant to make that decision now. Remainder. Remainder. The remainder of the team waited outside the stadium. Remains. Remains. The remains of the meal attracted hungry birds. Remedy. Remedy. The book lists useful remedies for common illnesses. Remedy. There is no simple remedy for this issue. Reminder. Reminder. I wrote reminders on sticky notes everywhere. Removal. Removal. The removal of posters from walls was quick. Render. Render. The heat rendered the workers too tired to continue. Render. Volunteers render help to the homeless every week. Renew. Renew. We renew the contract every 2 years. Renowned. Renowned. They invited a renowned scientist to the event. Rental. Rental. We signed a 1-year rental agreement. Replacement. Replacement. This battery is not a good replacement. Reportedly. Reportedly. He reportedly owns several houses around town. Representation. Representation. That movie is a poor representation of real events. Reproduce. Reproduce. The printer can reproduce images with high quality. Reproduce. Some animals reproduce only once in their lifetime. Reproduction. Reproduction. The reproduction of bacteria happens very quickly. Republic. Republic. The new republic was founded after years of conflict. Resemble. Resemble. That painting resembles one I saw in the museum. Reside. Reside. I used to reside in that old building. Residence. Residence. His main residence is located in another city. Residential. Residential. Several residential towers were completed this summer. Residue. Residue. The chemical residue is dangerous to touch. Resignation. Resignation. After months of stress, he submitted his resignation. Resistance. Resistance. The army faced heavy resistance from locals. Respective. Respective. We divided tasks according to our respective strengths. Respectively. Respectively. Their sons are 5 and 7 years old, respectively. Restoration. Restoration. They began the restoration of the old library. Restraint. Restraint. I admire his restraint under such pressure. Restraints. The government lifted restraints on foreign investment. resume, resume. They resumed the game after fixing the net. Retreat, retreat. He always retreats whenever the argument gets serious. Retreat. The army planned a safe retreat through the forest. Retreat. They attended a writing retreat in the countryside. Retrieve, retrieve. We retrieved the documents after the system crash. Revelation, revelation. Each revelation brought them closer to the truth. Revenge, revenge. Revenge never brings true peace or happiness. Reverse, reverse. The situation reversed after the truth was revealed. Reverse. The team suffered the reverse result in the final. The reverse. Whatever I ask him to do, he does the reverse. Revival, revival. People hoped for a revival of old traditions. Revive, revive. The coach revived the team's spirit after the loss. Revolutionary, revolutionary. Scientists made a revolutionary discovery in medicine. Rhetoric, rhetoric. Politicians often use rhetoric to influence public opinion. Rifle, rifle. Their store sells rifles of different sizes. Riot, riot. Witnesses said the riot lasted all night. Rip, rip. I ripped my jeans while climbing the fence. Ritual, ritual. Pilgrimage to Mecca is a major Islamic ritual. Robust, robust. This software has a robust set of features. Rock, rock. Strong winds rocked the old wooden bridge yesterday. Rod, rod. We need to buy a new fishing rod. Rotate, rotate. The planets rotate around the sun slowly. Rotation, rotation. Regular rotation of tasks keeps employees motivated. ruling, ruling. The final ruling will be announced tomorrow. Rumor, rumor. Students whispered rumors about the exam results. Sack, sack. They sacked the waiter for rude behavior. Sack. He carried a heavy sack of potatoes home. Sacred, sacred. This river is considered sacred by the locals. Sacrifice, sacrifice. She made great sacrifices for her family. Sacrifice. Muslims perform the sacrifice during Eid. Sacrifice. I sacrifice short-term pleasure for long-term gain. Saint, saint. Everyone in the village believes he is a saint. Sake, sake. We must protect nature for children's sake. Sanction, sanction. Economic sanctions can pressure nations to change policies. Say, say. Everyone should have a say in this decision. Scattered, scattered. The scattered papers covered the entire desk. Skeptical, skeptical. He remained skeptical until he saw proof himself. Scope, scope. This study extends the scope of previous experiments. Screw, screw. The box contains a few spare screws. Screw. I screwed the handle onto the door carefully. Scrutiny, scrutiny. The report was released after careful scrutiny. Seal, seal. The contract required both signatures and a seal. Seal. They sealed the cracks in the old wall. Secular, secular. The lecture examined secular trends in global politics. Seemingly, seemingly. Their friendship appeared seemingly strong, yet it faded. Segment, segment. The puzzle is divided into 4 segments. Seize. Seize. They seized the criminal after a long chase. Seize. The soldiers seized the enemy's weapons quickly. Seize. She seizes every chance to travel abroad. Seldom. Seldom. He seldom makes the same mistake twice. Selective. Selective. This club is extremely selective in membership. Senator. Senator. The senator promised to improve healthcare in his district. Sensation. Sensation. Touching the silk causes a soft sensation on the skin. Sensitivity. Sensitivity. Doctors will check your sensitivity to certain medications. Sentiment. Sentiment. I cannot ignore my own sentiment about this issue. Separation. Separation. She felt lonely during their temporary separation abroad. Serial. Serial. The team studied the serial incidents carefully. Setup. Setup. The setup of the stage took 3 hours. Settlement. Settlement. A peaceful settlement was reached after the argument. Settlement. Many settlements grew around trade routes long ago. Sexuality. Sexuality. The book explores human sexuality in different cultures. Shareholder. Shareholder. The shareholders voted against the proposed budget plan. Shatter. Shatter. Dreams sometimes shatter when reality is harsh. Shed. Shed. She shed her fear and smiled again. Sheer. Sheer. She screamed in sheer panic when she saw the snake. Shipping. Shipping. Shipping plays a big role in global trade. Shipping. Shipping costs are higher for international deliveries. Shoot. Shoot. Several shoots came out after 1 week of watering. Shoot. Some shoots lasted longer than expected. Shrink. Shrink. My jeans shrank and don't fit anymore. Shrug. Shrug. He shrugged and said, I don't know. Sigh. Sigh. A deep sigh escaped from his tired chest. Sigh. He sighed sadly as the train left the station. Simulate. Simulate. The program can simulate human speech accurately. Simulation. Simulation. We ran a simulation to test the new system. Simultaneously. Simultaneously. The fireworks exploded simultaneously in the sky. Sin. Sin. Lying is considered a sin in many religions. Situated. Situated. The village is situated beside a small river. Sketch. Sketch. We need a sketch before building the model. Sketch. That sketch about teachers was really hilarious. Skip. Skip. I sometimes skip breakfast when I am in a hurry. Slam. Slam. He slammed the door right in my face. Slap. Slap. She slapped her son because he was being rude. Slash. Slash. Be careful not to slash your hand with that knife. Slavery. Slavery. Many people fought hard to end slavery worldwide. Slot. Slot. Insert the coin into the machine slot. Slot. There is an open slot on the conference schedule. Smash. Smash. I smashed my phone screen yesterday by mistake. Snap. Snap. The branch snapped under the boy's weight. Snap. They snap photos of the sunset every evening. Soak. Soak. Let's soak the beans for a few hours. Soak. The kids soaked themselves while playing with water guns. Soar. Soar. His confidence soared after winning the competition. Socialist. Socialist. The Socialist Party gained power in last year's election. Soul. Soul. She was the sole survivor of the accident. Solely. Solely. Our charity exists solely to help homeless children. Solicitor. Solicitor. I called the solicitor to check the property documents. Solidarity. Solidarity. True solidarity means helping others without reward. Solo. Solo. His guitar solo amazed everyone at the concert. Solo. His solo journey through Asia inspired many travelers. Sound. Sound. He made a sound decision under intense pressure. Sovereignty. Sovereignty. The nation declared its full sovereignty over all its land. Spam. Spam. Spam often contains unsafe links or fake offers. Span. Span. The discussion spanned a variety of complex topics. Span. The war lasted a span of 5 years. Spare. Spare. Could you spare some time to help us? Spark. Spark. Her smile sparks hope in everyone's heart. Specialized. Specialized. She attended a specialized school for science. Specifications. Specifications. I read the product specifications before purchasing it. Specimen. Specimen. The doctor requested a blood specimen for testing. Spectacle. Spectacle. The fireworks were a beautiful spectacle last night. Spectacles. My grandfather always keeps his spectacles in a small case. Spectrum. Spectrum. Light can be split into a full visible spectrum. Spell. Spell. The princess was freed from the evil spell. Spell. After a long spell of rain, the sun came out. Sphere. Sphere. The sun is a giant sphere of hot gas. spin, spin. The children spun in circles and started laughing. Spin. The car went into a dangerous spin on ice. Spine, spine. He injured his spine while lifting a heavy box. Spotlight, spotlight. After the concert, the spotlights faded into darkness. Spotlight. The singer avoided the spotlight after his big success. Spouse, spouse. Her spouse always supports her in every decision. Spy, spy. Several spies were caught near the enemy border. Spy. They spy on government officials for secret information. Squad, squad. The squad of volunteers planted trees in the park. Squeeze, squeeze. He was squeezing the stress ball to calm down. Stab, stab. The thief stabbed the guard during the robbery. Stability, stability. The country needs political stability to attract investors. Stabilize, stabilize. The weather stabilized after several days of strong winds. Stake, stake. They purchased stakes in several international companies. Standing, standing. He's part of a standing committee that reviews safety rules. Stark, stark. The desert stretched out in stark silence. Statistical, statistical. She used statistical methods to analyze the survey results. Steer, steer. The driver steered quickly to avoid the accident. Stem, stem. Each stem has several green leaves. Stem. The nurse tried to stem the flow of blood. Stereotype, stereotype. That movie reinforced a negative stereotype about Muslims. Stimulus, stimulus. Praise is often a good stimulus for learning. Stir, stir. She stirred the soup with a wooden spoon. Storage. Storage. Cloud storage helps you access files from anywhere. Straightforward. Straightforward. It's a simple and straightforward plan for success. Strain. Strain. The bridge collapsed under the strain of heavy traffic. Strand. Strand. She found a strand of hair on her husband's jacket. Strategic. Strategic. The company made a strategic decision to expand overseas. Striking. Striking. They noticed a striking change in his behavior recently. Strip. Strip. He painted a red strip along the wall. Strip. We need to strip the bed sheets for washing. Strive. Strive. He strives hard to achieve his career goals. Structural. Structural. The earthquake caused serious structural damage to homes. Stumble. Stumble. The child stumbled while running to catch the ball. Stun. Stun. She stunned her teacher with an excellent presentation. Submission. Submission. The teacher refused to accept any late submissions. Submission. The king demanded total submission from his subjects. Subscriber. Subscriber. Each subscriber receives a weekly newsletter by email. Subscription. Subscription. He cancelled his gym subscription yesterday. Subsidy. Subsidy. The government intends to reduce the fuel subsidy. Substantial. Substantial. He inherited a substantial amount of money. Substantially. Substantially. His performance improved substantially after extra training. Substitute. Substitute. We used honey as a substitute for sugar. Substitute. You can substitute milk for water in this recipe. Substitution. Substitution. A sudden substitution changed the entire team's strategy. Subtle. Subtle. He made a subtle change to improve the report. Subtle. He used a subtle trick to win the debate. Suburban. Suburban. The suburban train connects small towns to the city. Succession. Succession. The team enjoyed a succession of victories last season. Succession. The company faced several challenges in quick succession. Successive. Successive. He made 5 successive mistakes. Successor. Successor. They selected a capable successor to lead the project. Suck. Suck. Don't suck your thumb, it's a bad habit. Sue. Sue. They might sue if the contract gets cancelled suddenly. Suicide. Suicide. The police are investigating the cause of his suicide. Sweet. Sweet. The royal suite costs more than all other rooms. Sweet. She admired the elegant suite in the living room. Summit. Summit. A global summit was held to discuss human rights. Superb. Superb. The hotel offers superb service and comfortable rooms. Superior. Superior. Our company aims to provide superior quality and value. Supervise. Supervise. He was hired to supervise the construction at the site. Supervisor. Supervisor. The supervisor's office is next to the main entrance. Supervision. Supervision. This experiment requires supervision from a trained expert. Supplement. Supplement. She bought a supplement to strengthen her hair and nails. Supplement. We need to supplement the report with more data. Supportive. Supportive. I appreciate his supportive comments on my presentation. Supposedly. Supposedly. They supposedly finished the project before the deadline. suppress,
suppress. He suppressed his anger and stayed calm.
suppress,
The government tried to suppress the protest.
supreme, supreme,
The king held supreme power over all territories.
surge, surge. A surge of electricity damaged the old equipment. Surge. She felt a surge of happiness inside her chest. Surge.
Prices surged after the new tax was announced.
Surgical,
Surgical. She underwent a surgical procedure last Monday.
surplus, surplus.
The farm produced a surplus of wheat this year.
surrender, surrender. He refuses to surrender to his fears. Surrender.
They surrendered their weapons to the local authorities.
Surveillance, surveillance.
The spy was under government surveillance for months.
Suspension, suspension.
The suspension of flights caused many delays today.
Suspicion, suspicion. He looked at me with suspicion. Suspicious, suspicious.
The police saw a suspicious bag on the street. Sustain, sustain.
He struggles to sustain his focus during class. Swing, swing.
She sat on the swing and smiled happily.
Swing. The monkey swung from branch to branch. Sword, sword.
She admired the ancient sword displayed in the museum.
Symbolic,
Symbolic. Her gift was symbolic rather than practical or useful.
syndrome, syndrome.
Down syndrome affects a person's mental development.
Synthesis, synthesis.
His report is a clear synthesis of many ideas.
Systematic, systematic.
The company needs a more systematic way to train staff.
Tackle, tackle. The player made a clean tackle and got the ball. Tactic,
Tactic. He used a clever tactic to win the debate. Tactical. Tactical. They developed a tactical plan before the big match. Taxpayer. Taxpayer. Many taxpayers are unhappy about the recent tax increase. Tempt. Tempt. The warm weather tempts me to go swimming. Tenant. Tenant. The former tenant left some furniture in the apartment. Tender. Tender. She has a tender heart and cries easily. Tender. The meat was very tender and easy to cut. Tenure. Tenure. During his tenure, the company doubled its profits. Terminal. Terminal. He was diagnosed with a terminal disease last year. Terminate. Terminate. The project was terminated because of lack of funds. Terrain. Terrain. The terrain in this region varies greatly from place to place. Terrific. Terrific. The view from the mountain top was absolutely terrific. Testify. Testify. Several witnesses testified against the suspect. Testimony. Testimony. He refused to give testimony against his close friend. Texture. Texture. I like the rough texture of this stone wall. Thankfully. Thankfully. Thankfully, no one was injured in the minor accident. Theatrical. Theatrical. The actor wore a dramatic theatrical costume today. Theology. Theology. She wrote her thesis on Islamic theology topics. Theoretical. Theoretical. This is a theoretical solution, not a practical one. Thereafter. Thereafter. The fire started and chaos spread thereafter. Thereby. Thereby. He improved his skills, thereby increasing his chances. Thought-provoking. Thought-provoking. The movie offered a thought-provoking perspective on life. thoughtful, thoughtful. He was thoughtful during the meeting. Thoughtful. Giving her flowers was a thoughtful gesture indeed. Thread, thread. This thread is too weak for heavy fabric work. Threshold, threshold. Their company finally reached the threshold of success. Thrilled, thrilled. I was thrilled to receive your message yesterday. Thrive, thrive. Small businesses thrive in communities that support them. Tide, tide. The tide carried the small boat farther away. Tide. The tide of public opinion began to shift quickly. Tighten, tighten. They tightened the ropes before the ship left. Timber, timber. Workers replaced the broken timbers near the entrance. Timely, timely. We got a timely notice about the scheduled change. Tobacco, tobacco. The doctor advised him to avoid tobacco completely. Tolerance, tolerance. Schools should teach children about religious tolerance. Tolerance. The doctor said my tolerance to medicine increased. Tolerate, tolerate. They will not tolerate cheating in any school exams. Tolerate. I tolerate spicy food better than my brother does. Toll, toll. We have to pay a toll before entering this tunnel. Toll. The economic crisis had a toll on small businesses. Top, top. She worked hard to top the class in exams. Torture, torture. Seeing her suffer in pain felt like torture. Torture. The guards tortured the prisoner for several long hours. Toss, toss. He tossed a blanket over the sleeping boy. Total, total. He totaled his expenses for the entire month. Toxic, toxic. The factory dumped waste into the river, making it toxic. Trace. Trace. Police found a trace of blood near the window. Trace. The recipe requires only a trace of salt. Trademark. Trademark. Apple's logo is a well-known trademark worldwide. Trail. Trail. The car left a trail of tire marks behind. Trail. The trail behind the house led to the woods. Trail. He trailed his bag behind him while walking quickly. Trailer. Trailer. He bought a small trailer for camping trips. Trailer. The film trailer made us excited to see it. Transaction. Transaction. She kept a record of all the transactions she made. Transcript. Transcript. This video includes a transcript to help you understand. Transcript. The university sent me an official transcript by email. Transformation. Transformation. His transformation after the training was truly inspiring. Transit. Transit. He works in public transit. Transit. We waited for 2 hours in the transit lounge at the airport. Transmission. Transmission. The doctor warned about disease transmission in hospitals. Transmission. Poor transmission caused the television signal to break. Transparency. Transparency. Transparency in contracts protects both parties involved. Transparent. Transparent. I prefer transparent containers for storing dry foods. Trauma. Trauma. She suffered severe trauma after the accident. Treaty. Treaty. A treaty was signed to limit nuclear weapons. Tremendous. Tremendous. There is tremendous pressure on students this year. Tribal. Tribal. His thesis was about tribal traditions in Yemen.
Tribunal. Tribunal.
The tribunal announced its final decision.
Tribute. Tribute.
This award is a tribute to your efforts.
Trigger. Trigger.
The noise became a trigger for his panic attacks.
Trigger.
He pulled the trigger and fired once.
Trio.
Trio. A talented trio won the school music contest.
Triumph.
Triumph. Such triumphs always give people new hope.
Trophy.
Trophy. They lifted the trophy after finishing the tough match.
Troubled.
Troubled. The teacher noticed her troubled face immediately.
Troubled.
She wrote poems to cope with troubled times.
Trustee.
Trustee. The trustee manages the property for the family.
Trustee.
The trustees voted to support the new project.
Tuition.
Tuition. The scholarship will cover all your tuition fees.
Turnout.
Turnout. Despite the rain, the turnout at the event remained strong.
Turnover.
Turnover. The company's annual turnover increased by 10%.
Turnover.
Low salaries often cause a high turnover rate.
Twist.
Twist. They twisted the metal bar using heavy tools.
Twist.
He felt a painful twist in his ankle yesterday.
Twist.
The road takes a sudden twist near the hill.
Twist.
The plot takes another twist in the second chapter.
Undergraduate.
Undergraduate. He applied for an undergraduate scholarship this year.
Underlying.
Underlying. Her calm voice hid an underlying anger inside.
Undermine.
Undermine. Rumors can quickly undermine a person's reputation.
Undoubtedly.
Undoubtedly. He undoubtedly deserves the award for his efforts.
Unify.
unify. Projects like this unify citizens for common goals. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. The athlete set an unprecedented record in swimming. Unveil. Unveil. He unveiled the project details to the investors. Upcoming. Upcoming. He is nervous about the upcoming job interview. Upgrade. Upgrade. He upgraded the system for better performance. Upgrade. Our internet service needs an urgent speed upgrade. Uphold. Uphold. Parents should uphold discipline while being fair. Uphold. The court will uphold the previous ruling. Utility. Utility. Gas and water are essential utilities for every household. Utilize. Utilize. Scientists utilize advanced tools to conduct experiments. Utterly. Utterly. I am utterly convinced that she is innocent. Vacuum. Vacuum. Light travels fastest in a complete vacuum. Vague. Vague. The instructions were too vague to follow. Validity. Validity. The lawyer doubted the validity of those claims. Vanish. Vanish. My fears vanish when I start praying at the mosque. Variable. Variable. My wife's mood is quite variable these days. Variable. The results changed because one variable was incorrect. Varied. Varied. The restaurant offers varied meals for all tastes. Vein. Vein. The nurse inserted the needle into the vein. Venture. Venture. He started a new venture in the technology sector. Venture. They ventured across the river despite the strong current. Verbal. Verbal. They had a verbal agreement before signing any contract. Verdict. Verdict. The jury reached a verdict after 3 days. Verify. Verify.
Please verify your email address before continuing. Verse. Verse. He wrote a verse about friendship and trust. Verse. The Quran contains many verses that teach moral lessons. Verses. Verses. The report highlighted risks versus benefits of the plan. Vessel. Vessel. High blood pressure can damage the blood vessels. Vessel. Some vessels sank during World War II. Veteran. Veteran. Several veterans attended the ceremony. Veteran. We consulted a veteran lawyer for that case. Viable. Viable. Solar energy is a viable option for many homes. Vibrant. Vibrant. She decorated the room with vibrant flowers. Vice. Vice. Lying is a vice that ruins trust quickly. Vicious. Vicious. The team faced vicious criticism after losing. Villager. Villager. The villagers offered fresh fruit to the travelers. Violate. Violate. Some people violate traffic laws without caring. Violation. Violation. The school punished him for repeated violations. Virtue. Virtue. Courage is a virtue that is shown in difficult times. Vocal. Vocal. Her vocal skills improved after daily practice. Vow. Vow. They vowed to help anyone in need. Vulnerability. Vulnerability. They addressed every vulnerability found in the system. Vulnerable. Vulnerable. The village is vulnerable to annual flooding. Word. Word. The children's ward is decorated with colorful drawings. Warehouse. Warehouse. Security cameras monitor all entrances of the warehouse. Warfare. Warfare. Chemical warfare is banned under international law. Warrant.
warrant. The police obtained a warrant to search the house. Warrant. The evidence doesn't warrant a full investigation yet. Warrior. Warrior. This legend is about a brave warrior who fought for justice. Weaken. Weaken. Lack of sleep will weaken your immune system. Weave. Weave. She has woven several scarves for her family. Weave. The car weaved along the narrow, winding road. Weed. Weed. These weeds spread fast across our fields. Well. Well. Several wells were dug during the summer. Well-being. Well-being. Nature walks can boost your well-being. Whatever. Whatever. I'll support you in whatever you decide. Whatsoever. Whatsoever. The students showed no progress whatsoever this week. Whereby. Whereby. He created a system whereby students learn faster. Whilst. Whilst. He took notes whilst the professor delivered the lecture. Whip. Whip. He whipped the camel again to increase its speed. Whip. She whipped the eggs quickly for breakfast. Holy. Holy. Her story was wholly different from his version. Widen. Widen. His smile widened when he saw her. Widow. Widow. We visited the widow after the funeral ceremony. Width. Width. The river's width increased after heavy rain. Willingness. Willingness. They expressed willingness to support future initiatives. Wipe. Wipe. Please wipe the shelves before arranging the new books. Wit. Wit. I admire her wit and clever way of speaking. Withdrawal. Withdrawal. The withdrawal of support caused the project to fail. Workout. Workout. I usually do a 30-minute workout every morning. Worship. Worship. The ancient temple was a site of worship. Worship. We worship Allah alone, with no partner. Worship. She worships her grandfather. Worthy. Worthy. This proposal is worthy of further discussion. Worthy. He proved himself a worthy leader in difficult times. Worthwhile. Worthwhile. The trip was challenging, but absolutely worthwhile. Yell. Yell. Don't yell at your kids over small mistakes. Yield. Yield. The farm's wheat yield increased significantly this year. Yield. Smart investments yield significant profits over time. Yield. He finally yielded to the repeated requests. Youngster. Youngster. Several youngsters joined the summer camp this year.